So just once again, Phonology 1 and 2 for the first part. Well, after the break, we'll continue with using a course book and we'll be learning about a technique for making the teaching of meaning, form, and pronunciation less teacher-centered. All right. So, there's quite a lot of terminology in this first part, some of it which might be a bit confusing. So you might want to click on the TKT glossary, get that ready. Well, and then I'd like to start with this trainee handbook. It's Unit 18. Unit 18. And I'd like you to match the terms with the most appropriate definition. I'd like you to do this on your own, first of all, and then I'm going to ask you to compare your answers. So give me the thumbs up to confirm you've found the page, first of all, on your trainee handbook. Tad is confirming. Give me the thumbs up as soon as you found it. Jamie's found it. Great. So is Lucy. What about you, Rosa? Okay, so this one is number E is pronounced diphthong. Diphthong, yeah. I don't think there's too much problem with the other pronunciation. Phonology, phoneme. Okay, so what is phonology? Let's do the first one together.
It is a set of phonemic symbols which show in writing how words are pronounced.
Ah, think about your etymology classes when at high school. What does ology mean? My son,
Ology is the study of something,
it's a
right?
study, right? So that's a big clue, isn't it? The answer. So the answer would be the study of sound features, right? Used in a language to communicate meaning. Okay, so I'll give you about 3 minutes to do the rest. You can check in the glossary if you're not Welcome to Rebecca. Rebecca, I'd like you to try to download, if possible, this phonemic chart to your telephone or pad. I don't think you can download it to your computer, but one of the two, if you've got a tablet or an Android phone or an Apple phone, you should be able to download it to one of those. Then we're going to be checking these concepts. So we're on this page. Just got about 15 seconds left. I'm going to put you into two breakout rooms and I'd like you to compare your answers. It should take about 5 minutes. So I'll put Rebecca in with Lucy and Jamie. And Rosa and Tad can go into the other one. Just compare your answers. I would ask maybe say if you were familiar with any of these already or you've used them in teaching. Okay, please go to your breakout rooms. Ah, sorry about that. I wanted to keep the breakout rooms open for longer, but it was on automatic. So, okay, so just check your answers. Some of you confused stress and intonation. What is intonation? I think in non-technical Spanish, you tend to confuse it with stress, but it's actually the rise and fall of the voice when speaking. Yeah. No. So, phonology, like the etymology suggests, it's the study of the sound features. Phoneme is the smallest unit of sound that has a meaning in a language. Phonemic symbol represents only one phoneme. Phonemic script, it's a set of phonemic symbols which show in writing, so it's graphic, how words are pronounced. Diphthong is a combination of two vowel sounds. Word stress, it's part of the word we say with greater energy. We pronounce the other syllables with less energy. Sentence stress is where we say different parts of the sentence with more or less stress. Connected speech, spoken language in which all words join to make a connected stream of sounds. Rhythm, it's pattern of stress. Intonation, rise and fall of the voice when speaking. Minimal pairs, words distinguished by only one phoneme. So ship is a short I, and eep is the sheep is the long vowel sound. More on that later. It's a good idea, if you haven't already, to take a screenshot of this. I mean, you do have it on the TKT glossary, but it will be useful for later. Yeah? Or alternatively, make a note. But you also have it on your handout, your course handbook. Right, so that's a basic terminology check. You're going to need a lot of this terminology for Module 1 of the TKT. Yeah? And it is tested. Don't think it isn't. Okay? You're going to lose points on the test if you don't know this terminology. Yeah, or at least basic an idea of what the definitions mean. Okay. So let's have a look at the phonemes chart and answer these questions. How many consonants are there? How many vowels are there? And what is the difference between a simple vowel and a diphthong? So if you look on the course handout, you will see the chart. And if you manage to download the chart to your tablet or phone, you can count the number of consonants. And it indicates which are the consonants.
There are 24 consonants.
That's right. 24, right. 24 consonants, indeed. And how many vowels are there?
12. There are 12.
You say there are 12. 1, 2, 3, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, there are. Yeah. It should say how many simple vowels are there, and there are 12. Yeah. Now, what is the difference between a simple vowel and a diphthong? You can see the diphthongs here on the right. Any idea what the difference is?
Well, the diphthongs have the combination of both sounds, right?
Yeah. Yeah, in English they sort of glide together. Yeah. In Spanish we tend to say them separately, don't we? But yeah, in English they sort of merge. Yeah. So it's diphthong is like two vowel sounds together, and together they make a different sound. So here we have our chart. Okay. Now, quick introduction to the long vowel sounds. Can you tell me which you think are the long vowel sounds here? How can you tell which are the long vowel sounds? What's the clue that tells you it's a long vowel sound?
The little dots.
The little dots, exactly, yeah. So, on the first line going across, so we got tree, and we got ooh, and we've got bird, which is like a sound, like vomiting, isn't it? Bird. And then we've got horse. And at the bottom, we've got car. How are you doing, Lucy? You seem to be having issues with your computer. Is that true?
Yeah, my internet has always
Uh,
been pretty bad, so that's it.
Sorry to hear that. And Christina's just coming in now. Welcome, Christina. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, thank you. Good morning.
Sorry, some of you seem to be having internet problems, but don't worry, this is recorded. So you'll be able to see it on the Neo platform later.
Yes, thank you, teacher.
Just try and follow along as best you can, okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right, so these are the long vowel sounds, and the indication is with those two dots, the long vowel sounds. Makes sense so far? Right. Now, this vowel chart also shows us how to actually pronounce the vowel sounds, right? So the line at the top in blue is like where we have the jaw relatively closed, right? But maybe we expand our mouth. Right, so let's practice saying them together. Tree, fish, bull, ooh. All together. Tree, fish, bull, boot. Yeah, and you'll notice that the jaw doesn't open very much. Yeah. Okay, next. Openness of jaw. So this is where we open our mouth a bit more. And it can be really useful if the students are having issues with these vowel sounds to show them how to move their mouths. Right? So let's practice saying them. So cat. Everybody, cat. Up. Oh, sorry. Up. Car. Clock. Yeah, did you notice your jaw, your mouth opened a bit more? Now, this is to do with the shape of the lips. So the ones on the left in yellow are with our lips stretched. So we say E as in tree. Egg. E as in egg. And A as in cat. Yeah. Makes sense? On the right, we've got some vowel sounds where the lips are rounded. Again, the students having issues, get them to copy your mouth. So we've got boot, boot, horse, clock. Make sense? Right. And the most important sound of all is the schwa sound. As in, you see the O letter in computer and the E letter in computer. Yeah, you may think they're pronounced oh and eh, but no, it's computer. So the lip, we say the lips are relaxed, the jaw is relaxed. The tongue is relaxed. Okay, and then we say, it's a bit like when you get home from work at the end of a long day, you sit on a chair and you go, uh. Now, why is this sound important? Well, it's the most common vowel sound in the English language. Right? It's the most useful sound to teach students. Right? We'll come back to it later. So, here comes Rebecca again. Now, the text you read is not actually related to pronunciation, but it illustrates a point which is related to it. Read the text and then answer the questions that follow. Are you able to read this text and why? In what way might this text illustrate something about pronunciation? Let's get it up. Christina, can you try and read it aloud, please?
Yes, I'm gonna try. According to research at an English university, it doesn't matter in what order the letters in a word are. The only important thing is that the first and the last letters are in the right place. There can be a total mess and you can still read it without problems. This is because we do not read every letter by itself, but the word as a whole.
So the only problem you had there was the rest. The rest can be a total mess, right?
Yes.
So were you able to read it? And why? Well, yeah, you were, weren't you?
Yes. Yes, I think because like the test said, the first and the last letter were in the same order. So I think my brain is adapted maybe to read the test to understand.
Yeah. So we're kind of hardwired to understand words, aren't we? Without necessarily pronouncing them correctly.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yet.
There we go. So we don't read every letter by itself, but the word as a whole, yeah? So that the context for a sound is important as the sound itself on its own. Yeah? So I think what it means is we shouldn't be too reductive about pronunciation. We do not hear every sound by itself, but the word or message as a whole. Yeah? But let's not get too hung up about individual sounds without considering the context. Makes sense? All right, before we move on to content and function words, I'm going to give you a little task to do just to develop your understanding of phonology a little bit. So I'm going to have Lucy and Rebecca work together, and Tad, Christina, and Rosa and Jamie work together. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Okay. So the task looks like this. It's just to make you help you recognize these phonemic symbols a bit because it might come up on the exam. So this is your slide, Lucy and Rebecca. And what you have to do is you've got to match the symbols you've been given with the underlined letters in the words in the table. So if you're not sure what the symbols represent, like this one, for example, this is where you can use your chart, okay? And then you can sound it out. You say, and it gives you the sound. Lucy.
Teacher, could you please send the what was its name? The Jamboard link again because I lost it since my internet.
I haven't sent you the Jamboard link yet.
Yeah.
Okay. So I will give you. So I'm hoping at least one of you in your pair has the phonemic chart, the interactive one. Okay, so I'll send you the links now. Let's see. And Rebecca. Okay. So that's yours. It's a now. Tad and Christina, you're going to do a slightly different one. It looks like this. All right. So, there. All right. And finally, Rosa and Jamie, you've got a bit of a mix. Got some diphthongs, consonants and vowels. So each of the tasks is slightly different. Okay, please click on your links. I'm going to put you into breakout rooms so you can solve this little puzzle together. Give you about 10 minutes. Shouldn't take you very long.
Teacher, I
What's
don't.
up?
Sorry. Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, yeah. I don't think I really understood the activity. So we have 44 words.
No, you've only got the ones on the stickies. Okay.
Okay.
See the ones on
Okay.
the stickies? So you've only got, how many is it? It's like
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
13, right?
6,
13.
12. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's some of them are quite fairly obvious, like this one. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but some of them aren't. So you've got
Okay.
to remember it's the underlined letter in the word.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Please go to your breakout room, Christina. Oh, how did you do? Difficult? So let's just check, see if you were right. No, that's very good. Bit. Yeah. Sure. Good. Yeah. Think. Pet. Pan. Yeah. Two. Cat. Excellent. All correct. So well done, Lucy and Rebecca. Let's move on to the second one. And it was Tad and Christina. So Eid, yeah. Shoe, bat. It's not Doug. No. So the that is, which letter do you think, guys?
The 23 on put.
Yeah, you're right. It is 23. That's right. So cruel is correct. No, that's ch. This sound. I'm moving. Ch would be. Can you suggest? Would
8,
be
church.
Church. Exactly. Yeah. Church. Where would you put that? It's a bit like vomiting sound. As in bird, right? Bird. As in money. Money. It's like an upside down V, isn't it? That's the symbol. The pronunciation is like an as in fun or money. So it's there. Now this is a strong the sound, and k would be
Car.
car. We don't have the the C symbol. It's k as in car. And oi is the last one. Boy. Okay. So which do you think are the more difficult ones here? Oh, we missed the schwa. And it's about. Yeah. Schwa can be difficult to identify because it can have the sound of different vowels as they are written in English. It can take that sound, can take that place in the word about. We don't say about, we say about. It's a weak sound. Okay, and then on to the final one. So we have J for joke, very good. J for measure. M for man. P for pot. In think it's the weaker sound. It's the like the circle with the line in it. No and gone, that's correct. So the vowel there is about and is that one. As in actually It's not an A sound, it's an O. So it's that. Strangely. Okay. Let me just confirm the answers with you. This is a Cambridge design material, so you can 100% trust that it will be useful for the exam. I'll take the screenshot and put it in the chat so you've got the answers. All right, so now we can move on to the bigger pronunciation features. Remember we looked at this text earlier. According to research at an English university, it doesn't matter in what order the letters in a word are. The only important thing is that the first and the letters are in the right place. The rest can be a total mess. You could still read it. We do not hear every word by itself, but the word or message as a whole. So we're going to work with this text again to study content and function words. Now, this text has been divided into two based on the kinds of words that it contains. I'd like you to read the two texts and answer the questions below. Does either of the two make sense? If so, which one? Why do you think this first set has this name of content words? What happens to the pronunciation of the function words when reading the complete text? So let's have a look at the text. Which makes more sense? The function word, the content word text, or the function word text?
The content.
Yeah, we can kind of get an idea of what the meaning is, can't we? Yeah, but the function words is basically the grammar words that kind of stick the text together and help it be more precise, right? So the content words are like the meaning, and the function words have this grammatical function, as it's called. So what's the other question? Yeah, so so C. So B. Why do you think the first set has this name of content words? Any ideas?
Because the content words, as the word said, it has the content. But well, the meaning of the words.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they contain the meaning, don't they? Exactly. That's right. And what happens to the pronunciation of the function words when we read the complete text? So if we try to read them, if we read the full text aloud, I'll ask someone else to read it now. Rosa, could you read the full text and notice what happens to the function words?
According to research at an English university, it doesn't matter in what order the letters in a word are. The only important thing is that the first and last letters are in the right place. The rest can be a total mess and you can still read it without problems. This is because we do not hear every sound by itself, but the word or message as a whole.
Okay. Now, speakers of English will tend to give extra stress to the content words. Right? Whereas the function words are reduced or weak. Right? So instead of to, we say t, at, ut, an, it, in, the. Yeah, so they get reduced and actually get scrunched as the speaker maintains the rhythm. Yeah. And the speaker tends to emphasize these content words. Right. It's important for us to be able to recognize which are the function words as teachers, because that's going to help us to teach stress. All right. So here are the different grammatical classes of words. Similar to the parts of speech. Yeah. So the content words are main verbs, like not auxiliary verbs. WH words as in questions, nouns, reflexive pronouns like himself, herself. And then we have adverbs like actually, adjectives, wonderful, demonstrative pronouns, there, this, that, because we're pointing with them. And negative words like don't walk there. Yeah. We often emphasize those. Whereas the rest, function words, we hardly ever pronounce them strongly. All right. So that's a good guide to us as teachers. It's a good idea if you make a note of this. So how about if I take a screenshot? And be useful if you made a note as well in your notebook, because it will come back later. There we go. Right. But before we look at sentence stress, we need to look at the stress within the word. Okay. So you've got a list of words on your handbook, the famous handbook. Okay. What's the first word you can see there? Jamie, can you see? Page 78, task 3. What's the first word that they have there?
Comfortable.
Comfortable, yeah. Could you read out the other words for us, please?
Sure. Afternoon, weekend, controlled, chocolate, secretary, temperature, interested, joiner.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, good. Engineer.
Engineer.
Yeah. So that's your task, is to identify the number of syllables and underline the stressed syllable and circle the unstressed syllables. Now, if you're not sure, even if you've said them aloud, what can you do? How can you find out which is the correct answer? Is there any way of finding out, or is it just like intuition? What do you think? Any suggestions? If I want to find out what is the stress in comfortable, what do I do?
First, you have to separate them in syllables, right?
Yeah, that's a good way of doing it. I mean, if you don't have a dictionary, that's what you do. You say the word, so separate it into syllables, right? Comfortable. So it's 4 syllables, isn't it? Let's confirm in a dictionary that that's the case. If you go to your Cambridge online dictionary, which is free to use, although sometimes there are a few annoying ads. And we can check here. And British English and US English. We'll go with the British English model because it's Cambridge and we're doing TKT. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 syllables. And there are 4 in American English as well. So it's comfortable. Yeah. You can see the little dots indicate the syllables, and but what about the stress? Where does the main stress go there in this word comfortable? Which would you say is the stressed syllable in comfortable? Is it comfortable?
In com.
Yes. So that's what we've got to do. We've got to underline it, right? So we know there's 4 syllables, and we know the first syllable is stressed. On the underline, this unstressed syllable would be the other ones, I guess. You know, let's not bother about the unstressed syllables. The main thing is to find the stressed syllable. So ignore C for the moment, yeah? We'll come to C again when we look at what is the vowel sound of one of the unstressed syllables. Okay, so I'd like you to work individually for about 3 to 4 minutes on the other syllables, on the other words: afternoon, weekend, control, chocolate, secretary, temperature, interested, and engineer. Okay, use the Cambridge Dictionary if you're not sure, because it's a useful resource. There's the link in the chat. So I'll give you about 3 minutes to work on that individually.
Teacher, what are the other words? I missed the last.
Okay, so you need to be on the handbook, the TKT, the IHC TKT handbook, which you have, right? Okay, and it's on unit 18. And it's page 78. You do have this, right? It was in the email at the beginning of the TKT course, yeah? So here are the words. The words are control, temperature, afternoon, chocolate, interested, weekend, secretary, and engineer. All right, let's see how well we did. Rosa, can you give us afternoon and weekend? What's the stressed syllable in afternoon? Oh, well, let's start with how many syllables does afternoon have?
I'm sorry. Have 3.
Right. Okay, good. And what is the stressed syllable? Which did you underline?
No.
Very good. Yes, it's the noon, afternoon. What about weekend?
Have 2 syllables.
Yeah.
And the stress is in end.
Very good. Yes, weekend. Nice job. Lucy, what about controlled?
I believe it's, wait, it is 2 syllables?
I think you're right, yeah. Because it's like a consonant cluster at the end. So it's controlled. Yeah. So where's the main syllable? The main stressed syllable? Was it the first syllable or the second syllable?
The first one?
It's the second. Controlled. It's like a controlled. And what about chocolate, Lucy? What did you have for that? How many syllables?
2 as well.
Chocolate. Yeah, I think you're right. No. Chocolate. In both British and American English, yes, it has 2 syllables, and you can check that in a dictionary. Chocolate. No, in Spanish, it has 3, doesn't it? Chocolate. 4 syllables. American.
Chocolate. Chocolate.
Chocolate. So yeah, both has got 2 syllables. And the stress is on where? First or second? The first syllable in chocolate that's stressed, or is it the second? It's first, right? Chocolate. Okay, so 2 and stress. Chocolate. All right. Christina, how about secretary and temperature? What did you have for secretary? How many syllables?
For secretary, I found 3 syllables, and the stress syllable is the first one, secretary. And for temperature, I found 4 syllables, and the stress is the first one too, temperature.
So it's 3, right? Secretary, secretary.
Yes, 3.
And
Secretary.
temperature is
Temperature.
temperature. 3.
3 too. Yes, 3.
And the stress is on the first syllable. Tad, can you help us with interested? How many syllables, Tad?
Sure. Hello. Interested has 3 syllables,
Yeah.
and I believe the stress is in the interest in the tres part on the second syllable.
No, it's on the first, I think. Let me just
Oh.
check. Yes, it's on the first syllable. Interested.
Interested. Okay.
Good guess, though. Sometimes gets me as well, that one. Jamie, what about engineer? Where's this? Where's the how many syllables, first of all, Jamie?
I found 3,
Engineer, yeah.
and on the last 3 here.
Yeah, you're correct. It's so 3. Stress there. So, what's the vowel sound of one of the unstressed syllables? Let's just take one of these words. So, how about we look at temperature and study this as an example? This is a tricky one to pronounce, isn't it? Let's get the whiteboard up. So, now you'll notice in British English and American English, it's got 3 syllables, right? Stress is on the first syllable. Notice in American English, AMI, they've got this little sound here. Yeah, that's because the Americans, the North Americans, tend to pronounce the sound more obviously, right? So they would say temperature with a in there. And the British, we tend not to pronounce it as strongly. But here it is present. Sometimes when there's an R on the end, we drop the R, British English. So that's one indicator of accents. If you want to make your students aware of the accents, get them to listen to the R sounds in the words, right? Temperature. Now, you'll notice that in the unstressed syllables, we have this schwa sound. So that's kind of like the answer to this question. What is the vowel sound of one of the unstressed syllables? And the answer is schwa. All right. This schwa sound occurs again and again in unstressed syllables. So that's why it's useful to point it out to students. It's the upside down E, if you had forgotten. All right, now moving on. Just to confirm those answers. Let's read these sentences aloud and discuss the questions below. Okay, let's involve Bex here. Bex, can you please read out the one about Japanese?
Yes. That pattern looks Japanese, and that's a Japanese print.
Yeah. So the question here is, what's the stressed syllable in Japanese? normally? Is it the first
First one?
syllable? How many syllables are? Let's count them. Japanese, 3, right? Where does the stress normally happen in Japanese? Should we check in the dictionary? Okay, whether it's an adjective or a noun, the stress is the same. Normally, it normally goes on the knees part, right? So let's just confirm that.
Japanese. Japanese.
Yeah, you'll notice that the ease gets most of the stress. Now, going back to this. So the answer is on the third syllable, right? Where the ease is. But why might the stress change between sentence 1? That pattern looks Japanese. That's a Japanese print. Is the stress changing, do you think, in the word Japanese when we say the second syllable? It's a Japanese print, not a Chinese print. No? So it's when we're contrasting, right? We might change the stress and stress the first part of the word, even though normally it's on the third syllable. So why is it different? Well, because we're contrasting. In the second sentence, it's not a Chinese print. That's a Japanese print. Now, let's have someone else read the second sets with sick. Christina, could you read them, please, for us?
Yes. She said she was sick. She said she was sick.
I think you need to say the was a bit stronger. Say it again.
She said she was sick.
She was sick is the second one, right?
She was sick.
Was sick, right?
Yes, the second one. I'm gonna read it again. She said she was sick. She said she was sick.
So, in which sentence may the word in bold, the stressed word, sound unnatural?
I think the second one sounds weird.
Why?
Because was is a verb to be and is not stress.
That's
and
correct. A very good,
is
Christina.
adjective.
Yes. Yeah. That's a very good analysis. Yeah. So the verb to be is not normally stressed, is it?
Yes.
Yeah. But why do you think the speaker might be stressing it here?
Maybe because he would like to sound ironic.
Could be. Maybe it's
She was sick. Like,
yeah, but
I
maybe
don't
no
know.
longer. Maybe she's referring. It's a contrast with the past, right?
Okay.
But it's no longer she's sick.
Okay.
Yeah. So how does the word in bold stress the meaning of the sentence? How does it affect the meaning of the sentence, the word in bold? Jamie, can you answer that one?
I'm thinking. Um,
Ah,
maybe like as you said it was in the past.
yeah.
was.
Well, yes. I mean, that's the second syllable,
She
isn't it? Yeah.
was.
But you notice like the difference between word stress and sentence stress. Sentence stress is variable, yeah. Whereas word stress doesn't really change much. It's like a pattern that you've just got to learn, right? So why does the stress change in sentences? So sentence stress, in sentence stress, stress shifts according to the speaker's assessment of what the listener needs to focus on. I'll read that again. Stress shifts according to the speaker's assessment of what the listener needs to focus on. Whereas word stress is more fixed, right? It doesn't change according to the speaker's assessment. So if I stress sick, I want to emphasize that she was sick, she was not sleeping, right? If I say she was sick, then what I'm implying is that she's okay now, right? She was sick. Does that make sense? Okay. So now I'm going to give you a little exercise, and I'd like you to read these words out loud, stressing the word in bold, then match the sentence to its possible meaning. I'm going to give you this as a discovery activity. You're going to do it in the breakout rooms for about 6 or 7 minutes. Okay, so I want you to practice reading out these and emphasize the words in bold. Okay, and then you've got to try and match them to their meanings. Now, for this, you're going to need task 5 of the trainee handbook. You can see it there, can't you? Yeah. So can you confirm you've all got that open? Give me your thumbs up. Good. Okay, so you need to, what are you going to do, Christina, in this activity? Task 5.
We are going to read aloud the the sentences.
Yes.
With the pronunciation
In negritas. Yeah.
stressing the bold words.
Yeah. And
then we are going to find out the meaning of the sentence.
Okay, to do that, are you going to
We are going to
make up the meaning, or are you going to match the numbers to the letters?
the numbers with the letters.
Yeah, that's how we establish the meaning, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so everyone's got this. Please screen share when you do it in the breakout rooms. I'll put you in pairs now for about 7 minutes so you can work on this. Are you ready? Let's go. No, you did pretty well. So I'd like to nominate Lucy and Rebecca to show us the answers. If you could screen share, that would be great, Lucy and Rebecca.
Okay, I'll share my screen. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so the first one is I'll walk with you to the station. And we
Yeah.
put the E, nobody else has offered.
Ah,
Second, I'll walk with you to the station. I don't want to bring my car. A.
excellent.
Third one, I'll walk with you to the station, but I'm not going with him.
Uh-huh.
Four, I'll walk with you to the station, but not back again.
Uh-huh.
E. And the last one, I'll walk with you to the station, but not as far as the park.
Excellent. Yeah, you did great. Do you agree, everyone? Is that the right answer?
Yep.
Fantastic. Okay. Let's move on to the final part, which we're going to work. So that was sentence stress, and it's we've noticed that it's variable, unlike word stress, which is fixed. Okay, so the final thing is intonation, which is all about how our voice goes up and down to express. Well, it has three main functions, but what we're looking at today more than anything is attitude, right? It conveys our attitude to a situation or thing or person, right? So in this task, I'd like you to try to say I'm sorry in these dialogues. Okay. In small groups, discuss how you would describe the international intonation patterns, right? So in the first one, a person is regañando someone for not calling, right? Why didn't you call and let me know? So think about the situation. You've got to think about the context. And then second one is it looks like there's the person who says I'm sorry doesn't understand. Right? One person's trying to explain interest rates, okay? And then number three, looks like the person is explaining that they lost a lot of money, the house, the car, and everything. Maybe they had some problems paying money to the bank, so they lost the house, the car, and everything. And number four, you're the lucky winner of £4 million in a lottery, right? A lotteria. Right. So maybe the person there can't believe what they're hearing. Okay. So this is task 6 on your handout. Okay. I want you to work together. Try saying sorry. I'm sorry in these situations. What's the intonation? How does it sound? Okay. So we can see that the sentence is the same. I'm sorry. Verb to be, subject, verb to be, and adjective, but the way it's pronounced is very different. So just a few minutes practicing that. I'll give you about 5 minutes maximum. Okay. Please go to your breakout rooms. Lucy and Todd, please join. We're going for a break soon, so just hang on a little bit longer if you can. Christina. So we can see that this sentence has is the same in each case, but it has a different function in the conversation, doesn't it? And also the intonation will change accordingly. So I'm going to say the prompt, and I'm going to nominate you to respond. Okay, Rosa, why didn't you call and let me know?
I'm sorry.
No, that's right. So it's like an apology, isn't it? Right. Lucy. So the quarterly rise should yield 24.7% instead of.
I'm sorry.
That's right. Yeah. Showing incomprehension. You don't understand. I said 24% rise instead of. Christina. And we lost the house, the car, and everything.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I am sorry. Like, so you show sympathy, don't you? Jamie, tonight you're the lucky winner of £4 million.
I'm sorry.
Ah, oh, surprise, yeah. Showing surprise. So think about, you've got to think of intonation, you've got to think about the situation, you've got to think about the function of this response, haven't you? Good. So it's very variable. Sentence stress and intonation. That's the main thing to learn there. Just to finish with our session on phonology, I'd like us to do the practice task because this is going to come up in the TKT in Module 1, right? Whether we like it or not. Yeah? So, practice task for questions 1 to 5. Look at the questions about phonology and the possible answers. Choose the correct answer, A, B, or C. Okay, I'll give you about 5 minutes maximum. Put your answers into the chat, A, B, or C. You can use a dictionary if you want, the online dictionary to check. Now, number one's a bit tricky because actually there's 2 possible answers. If you looked in the dictionary. Yeah. So that wouldn't actually happen on a TKT exam. There wouldn't be 2 possible answers. There would only be one. And so whoever designed this task has made a mistake because both British and American English are possible. Number 1. How many phonemes does the word heart have? Okay, I think you got it, most of you. So, the answer to number 1 is not 2. However, if you look in the dictionary, in British English, this is the transcription. So how many phonemes is that? Can you see in the chat? Shall I put it onto the whiteboard as well? That's British, right? In American, so as we mentioned earlier, the Americans tend to pronounce the R's stronger. Yeah. So in British English, heart. American is heart. But count the phonemes. How many in the British? 3 or 4? 1, 2, 3, right? You've got 3 phonemes. Each of those is a phoneme. In American, how many do you count? How many can you count there, Rosa? How many phonemes in heart in American English? Have a guess, 3 or 4? It's 4. Yeah, because look, each of those is a phoneme. So you've got 4 in American English and 3 in British. Why? Because of the Americans have this sound as well. Yeah, heart. So answer is both 3 and 4 is correct. Although in the TKT, actual TKT exam, it wouldn't be possible. It would have to be just one answer. So it's like a mistake. How is paper written in phonemic script? Is correct. It's C. Yeah, paper. If it's American, you might have the R on the end as well. But normally it's British in this exam, yeah? Which is true about the stressed syllable. So it's correct, it's B. Sounds stronger. Minimal pair is A, P and B, right? Because it's just one phoneme difference is a minimal pair. Yeah? So it has to be the first one. The other ones are not correct. Because there's more than one letter that's different, more than one phoneme that's different. Yeah, minimal, just one phoneme is different. Which of these is contraction? It's C. Haven't. Yeah. What does haven't stand for, Christina?
From the verb have and the word not.
Yeah, so they're put together.
Have not, haven't.
To make the negative form, right? Good.
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, great. You've done very well. I know it's a lot to absorb. So there's a lot of terminology and things to take on board. So it's a good idea to do a bit of work on your own. I recommend doing some activities yourself. And like this is a good book. English pronunciation in use. Do as many activities in there as you can, and that will help you as a teacher because then you'll have done it as a student. Any other questions before we go for our break? Okay, how do you feel about the break? Do you want the full 30 minutes or just do you want 20? Is that enough? we could finish a bit earlier if you wished. If we just have 20, but if we have 30, we'll probably finish at 2. How do you feel?
Maybe 20 minutes, okay. For me.
Jamie? Rosa is okay with that. Rebecca?
I'm
20?
agree. I'm agree. 20 minutes.
Okay.
It's
All
20.
right. So it's a majority. So let's return at 11:22. In the second half, we'll be looking at how to use a course book. I'm sure you have some idea already, but this is a bit more focused on some of the terminology, the labels that we use to describe course books and reasons for using them, and also reasons not to use them and reasons to supplement the course book material. Fine. So that should take an hour, maybe an hour and a half. And we'll finish with guided discovery, which will only take about 40 minutes. It's more of a methodology thing. So using a course book is module 2 of TKT. It's like planning, and guided discovery is like types of it's like a methodology, so that comes into module 3. Remember, this week you should be working on the role of error and error correction as your asynchronous topic in the Neo platform. Welcome. Is that Lucy? Oh, it's Christina. Welcome back, everyone. So in the second half, as I was just saying to Rosa, we'll be looking at how to use a course book, some of the terminology associated with course books, reasons for using them, reasons not to use them, types of things that we can supplement the course book with if we're not too happy, perhaps, with some of the content. And to finish off, guided discovery, which won't take as long as using a course book. That should only be about 45 minutes long. So we may be finished before 1:30. We will have to see. And your asynchronous work on the platform this week is the role of error and error correction. I'm looking ahead to next week. Siona will be here with a lesson demo next week, and she'll be getting you ready for your teaching practice after the summer break with some induction into Zoom tools and Google tools so that you can teach online. Okay, shall we commence? So, selecting course books. So it's module 2, selection and use of resources and materials is the theme. And so look at the different course books and check the items or sections you can find. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you access to a course book. All right, but in electronic form, obviously. And it's going to be a very well-known course book called New English File Elementary. And you'll probably use some of this material in your teaching practice. So this is an additional reason for you to get familiar with that. Right? It's called New English File by these authors, Oxenden, Latham, Koenig, and Seligson, Oxford University Press. We've chosen it because there is lots of material to go with it. Okay? So I'm going to give you 4 links to share with you in the chat. So you've got a teacher's guide, student's book and workbook, access to that. There's access to audio files, there's teachers' online resources, and there's a publisher's website. Okay. I'll put that into the chat now. So please copy these links somewhere, keep them safe, because we will need them later. Okay, so what do you have to do? Well, I want you to see if you can find these things. And if you find them, you tick them off. The little guion. Sorry, no, a paloma. All right, a little tick. The corresponding material in your handbook is on page. Where is that? A minute ago. The handbook is Unit 24. Selecting and using course books. Please give me the thumbs up to show that you have found it. Great. Okay, so task 1 is what you're doing. give you about 7-10 minutes to look through the materials and tick them off. Right? It's like just a quick reading through the materials to get yourself familiar with the material. Right. You can work together. I'll have Rebecca and Rosa working together, and Christina, Jamie, and Laura. Sorry, Tad. Okay, Tad, I'm just sending you the links to the coursebook materials. There you go.
Thanks.
We're doing Unit 24, Task 1. Okay. The first task is just to look quickly through the materials and see if you can find these things. So, is there an activity book or a workbook? Are there recordings, CDs, audios, MP3s? Audio scripts, teacher's book, supplementary material. Are there any tests or test-like activities? Is there extra reading material? Is there a dictionary? Is there a website for students? Is there anything else that's interesting that you encounter? Okay. Now, like almost everything else in Salta, there's quite a lot of terminology, so you could use you might need to check some terms using the TKT glossary. Okay. So I'm going to give you about 7 to 10 minutes to look through this material, see if you can find it. It's an easy task just to get you familiarized. All right. So Rebecca together and Tad, Christina and Jamie. Be a good idea to screen share what you find, okay, in your groups. Okay, go to it. Christina, could you join the group of Jamie and Tadeo? Okay, how did you do? What did you find so far? You'll find the activity book, right? Or workbook. Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me the thumbs up if you did. So, CD or recordings. Did you find those? Yeah. Audio scripts. No? Were they in the the teacher's guide or were they in the student's book? Normally they should be in the student's book, but sometimes some editions, some course books are different. Sometimes they're actually in the teacher's book. So it's important to find the teacher's book, isn't it? Yeah, as well. What can you find in the teacher's book that's useful?
Sometimes you can find orientations, strategic orientations,
Yeah,
or
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, yeah, or instructions for activities.
instructions, yes, for
yeah,
activities.
yeah.
The answers.
Answers. Answer keys, very important. Yeah. So always when you're planning a lesson and you're using part of the course book, have the teacher's book in front of you because sometimes it's important to know the philosophy, isn't it, of the course book as much as the detail. Also, what can you where can you find supplementary materials? These are additional materials, not in the course book. Can you find those also in the teacher's book? Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes you can find some good activities in the teacher's guide at the back. Sometimes they have extra activities. But in this series, I would say supplementary materials would be in like online. They often have supplementary materials in stored online. How about tests or test-like activities for evaluation? Did you see any? Where did you see them? No? Nobody? Tad, you didn't see any test-like activities?
No, I
Hmm.
didn't. I was scrolling through the teacher's book, but I wasn't like reading it very closely.
Yeah, I think if you look in there might be some in the workbook, and also there might be some in actually the student's book. Right. At the end of each module or selection of modules, there's often some test-like activities. Yeah. Looking at the one I've got open here in front of me is face-to-face elementary, and these, if you want to make little tests, there's often an extra practice section at the back of the student's book that you can use for testing. Right. This is my face-to-face elementary, right? So you can use these little activities, give them as a test. And look, there's a progress. Tick the things you can do in English. Yeah. And the evidence would come from them doing this test. How about extra reading material? Did you see any of that? No? No extra reading material? That's sometimes in the teacher's book, sometimes in the workbook. They have little extra reading tasks. Some of it could be online. Was there a dictionary? No dictionary?
I don't think so.
Sometimes in these elementary course books, they have like a picture dictionary at the back because you know their level is quite basic, right? So this is like a bit like a dictionary, isn't it? Yeah. These language summaries. Have a look at the back of the course book. And is there a website for students and teachers? What do you think? See any evidence of that? Yeah. Yeah, I gave you the links, and that is pretty good resources. And I would say this is the good thing about this series, New English File has lots of additional material. Was there anything else that you saw that was interesting? No? Nothing else worth commenting on? All right, well, let's move on, and we're going to go a bit deeper shortly, but let's just go through the evaluation process for course books. So we've got an initial, detailed, and in-use evaluation. So this is the initial evaluation, which we'll do today. This is a quick overlook to see if the book is worth looking at more closely. To do this, you can conduct a catalyst test. So this is like an acronym. So the eight letters stand for communicative aims, teachability, available add-ons, level, impressions, student interests, and tried and tested. Yeah. So I think of useful questions you can ask yourself to evaluate the course book you're currently using or will be using in future courses. So we're going to do this catalyst test with New English File Elementary. Right? And you're going to cover the features in the catalyst test. Right, so here are some of the questions you might ask. Communicative, is the test communicative, text communicative? Will students be able to use the language to communicate as a result of using the book? Yeah? So I want you to think of some questions. And I'm going to give you this as task to do in breakout rooms. Oops, let me just get this ready. Hang on. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Have you work in pairs? So how about Rosa and Lucy? I'm going to give you a Google Doc to work on. So think of useful questions you can ask yourself to evaluate this course book, New English File Elementary. Imagine you will be using it in future courses, and you actually will when you're doing your teaching practices. So it's important for you to familiarize yourself with it. But I'd like you to try and write some questions for each of the letters of Catalyst. Yeah. Teachability would be like, how is it easy to teach? Does the course seem easy to teach? Is there available supplementary material? What do you think of the level? Does the book have the right level for your students? That might be one question, right? So I want you to think of some questions you would ask, your impressions, as you are evaluating this course book. Think about students' interests, tried and tested. Has it been used before? Is it a well-established course book? Those are questions you might ask there. Okay, so Rosa and Lucy, I'm going to give you this into the chat. Got it? Can you confirm? And
Yep, I got it.
let's have Christina and Tad work together in group B. And finally, who's missing? Rebecca. And Jamie. Your group C. Okay. I'm going to put you into breakout rooms for about 10 minutes to think of some questions. Write them in the box, please, in the table. The example given is communicative. Are there activities that make students use the language in a meaningful context, in a personalized way, in a purposeful way? So maybe one of you could be the writer, the other person could suggest questions. All right, so you decide who that is going to be. Any questions before we begin? Okay, we just lost Lucy. So I'm going to put Rose in with a different group then. Rosa, I'll have you in with group B, Christina and Tad. And Jamie and Rebecca together. 10 minutes. I'll give you access to B. There we go. Okay. Get working on those questions for evaluating coursebook. Yeah, I had some really great suggestions there. Very impressed. So I'd like Christina, Rosa, and Tadeo's group, please, to show us what questions you came up with. Would one of you kindly share your screen?
On it.
And if you're in the other group, you can copy their ideas. You can write down their questions and vice versa. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So can you walk us through the questions that you came up with? You don't have to do communicative because it's already done.
Okay. So for aims, we put what knowledge can the students get and what topics does it teach?
Yeah, that's relevant, isn't it? Yeah. Continue with teachability.
Sure. On teachability, does it have pictures to make it more understandable? Because, well, we agree that a lot of text becomes very boring very fast.
Mm.
Does it have extra exercises? And if it comes with a mock or trial tests in case the book comes with a certification option?
Great.
All right. For available and supplementary material, we put sorry, I missed a word there. Does it come with a CD or with a link for the audios? As well, no one really uses CDs anymore. Does it have flashcards or posters? And if it includes songs and an online platform or interactive activities? Okay. For level, we only ask what level of students is it made for? And for our impressions, we asked if it is attractive. Also, if it does have images, because, well, same reason as before. And if it is affordable, that depends kind of on the kind of school that you're teaching, either private or public, but I think it's also important to consider that. And on students' interests, does it deal with modern interests like the internet or not? Does it have a lot of text without pictures, same as before? Does it have ludic activities, for example, games and stuff like that? And
Yeah,
if it
excellent.
has interactive activities?
Yeah.
And finally, tried and tested, we asked if it has been tried by a colleague and if it is well reviewed.
Great questions, guys. Hey,
Thanks.
Christina and Rosa, did you come to any conclusions about this course book when you asked these questions? The course book we've been looking at, New English File.
Okay, for me,
were any of these questions relevant to this?
Okay, in my case, I think the book we review it contains almost all the topics we ask in these questions.
Good. Thank you. Okay, so let's see the questions that Jamie, Rebecca, and Lucy wrote. Could you stop sharing for a second? And Tad, thank you very much for presenting those.
Sure.
They were
Let me see.
excellent.
Sorry. Done. Sorry.
Thank you. So Jamie, Rebecca, and Lucy, could you share your Google Doc? Or if you can't, I could do it. Group B, right? Oh no, it's Group A, isn't it? Rosie and Lucy. Did you write anything on yours?
Yes, I'm trying to share, but I can't. Okay,
Shall I share
maybe
it for you?
um
Let me share it for you, but you tell us about the questions, yeah? Is this yours? Can you see it?
yes.
Yeah. Okay, tell us about aims then.
Okay, we put, does the structure of the activities allow students to achieve the knowledge?
Mhm. Good one. Continue. Teachability.
Okay, teachability. We put, does the teacher have enough tools to teach the specific topic? It's not very specific, but we wrote that.
Mhm.
Okay,
Continue.
available supplementary material. Is the supplementary material useful to fully understand the topic?
Mhm.
Uh, level, are the activities made for the appropriate level? We left
Mhm.
your impressions at the blank space, and students' interests. Can the students relate to the activities? Mm, we didn't
Mhm.
finish, but it was something like, can the students relate the activities to their day-to-day life?
Yeah.
And we left that on blank.
Okay, good. So if you've got any spaces in your table, you can fill them in now because I'll just give you a few extra ones, shall I? But that was very well done, thank you. So we've also already mentioned communicative. Does it fit with your aims and objectives regarding lessons or the course in general? Does the course seem teachable? Does it seem reasonably easy to use, well organized, and easy to find your way around? Available add-ons or available supplementary material. Are there any useful add-ons? If so, are they available? So this is extra things that you can add to the course. Level, does the book have the right level for your students? Your impressions. What's your overall impression of the course? Students' interests. Are your students likely to find the book interesting? Tried and tested. Has the course been tried and tested by other teachers in real classrooms? Where? By whom? What were the results? Sometimes you can actually ask the publisher for that information, and they will sometimes provide it for you. Sometimes the course book itself tells you in which countries it has been tried out. Yeah. Good job, everybody. Now, you've done your catalyst test. Then it's important to pilot the course book or give it a try out with someone. If it's not possible, then you could do a use a published questionnaire. It's better to apply the questionnaire at least with 2 books to have a way of comparison. Once you have adopted a textbook, it's necessary to reevaluate it constantly. No questionnaire, however elaborate, can give a conclusive answer to the final test. Does it work in the classroom? Will it work with this type of students? Right. So that leads us to the next stage. Is like, okay, you've adopted a course book, but there are still some things that you may have problems with. So what would you do to adapt materials if you are facing these problems? Okay, so if you look back at your Google Doc, task 3, and it says, in groups, discuss what you would do to adapt materials if you were facing these problems. So the task or exercise is too short. The task or exercise is too long. The task doesn't suit learners' learning styles. After a long reading text and tasks, learners need a change of pace. The activities always follow the same sequence. There's not enough practice material in a particular unit. So I'm going to put you in the same groups. I'd like you to discuss those problems and come up with some solutions. I'll give you about 10 minutes again. Any questions before we begin? It's the same groups as before. You have the links, right? So let me just check that everyone has them. Christina, Rosa, and Tad. Just to double check, I'll send you the links again, because you might have lost them. And Rebecca and Jamie. Okay, please work on that together. I saw the things that Jamie, Rebecca, and Lucy wrote, although Christine and Rosa, I think maybe you had a bit of difficulty writing on yours because I didn't see any solutions. Though I did hear you talking about it. So let's just get a bit of feedback. We're almost done on this section. So these were Jamie, Rebecca, and Lucy's ideas. Text task exercise too short. So add extra exercises. Feedback to see if students understood. Task or exercise is too long. Ask them the general idea of the topic, yeah, or maybe just reduce the reading or listening if it's necessary. You could alternate tasks between the students. You could ask students to prepare a presentation for a specific topic. Task doesn't suit the learner's style. Try with different activities to see which is more useful. Yeah, adapt task for the students, make it more perhaps kinesthetic if it involves moving around. I mean, if you want them to move around, instead of a reading, do a listening if they're more audio. Long reading text, need a change of pace, give us a break. Implement games, good idea. Same sequence always, change the structure, implement new activities. Not enough practice, research for online practice, create your own material. Great. Did you have anything to add, Christina or Rosa? Any other ideas you thought were worth mentioning?
Well, we mentioned that after a long reading text, if the reading is, you can choose that cut the reading in little pieces and give like in teams or in pairs.
Excellent,
and you
yeah.
can make like a short reading.
Yeah, make it into a jigsaw reading, as it's called. That's a jigsaw reading. Yeah. Great idea. Christina, anything to add?
Well, we told you that for students are important to work. If we don't have enough support material, we can find a free online worksheets or platforms, and to download material and give it to the students.
Right. Okay, let's do a quick sample task from module 2 of the exam, because this really does come up rather a lot on the TKT exam, this topic, right, of selecting and use of selection and use of coursebook materials. So I will share with you the TKT task coming into the chat very shortly. There we go. Please click on there. And you should get this as we get on the screen. So, from Module 2, selections 1 to 6, match the ways a teacher can adapt a written text with the teaching purposes listed A to G. Write the correct answer, mark the correct answer on your answer sheet. Well, we don't have that. But there's one extra option which you do not need to use. All right, so give you about 5 to 6 minutes to answer this. Yeah, normally on the TKT, it's 1 minute per question. All right, so I'll set the clock now. When you're done, please put the answers into the chat. Okay, when you're done, you can put your answers into the chat. Time's up. Please put your answers into the chat. Ah, interesting range of different answers there. All right, so I'm going to give you the correct answers. So number one, remember this is a text. So removing from the text all the verbs which follow prepositions would be to focus them on language pattern or grammatical patterns. Right. So that would be E. Whereas number two, replacing nouns with nonsense words and asking learners to provide the original words would be getting them to focus on the context, working out the meaning from the surrounding context. Number three is F, which is putting some spelling mistakes into the text is to get them to develop their proofreading skills, which is a bit like editing, isn't it? Number four, this is shortening the text and paraphrasing parts of it. That's to make the text more accessible to weaker learners. Yeah, so maybe shortening, as we mentioned earlier. Number five, rewriting the text in an informal style would be B, getting them to make them aware of register. Now, that's all about levels of formality and informality. There's a register. And 6A, 6 is A, jumbling the paragraphs, reordering them. That would be F. Would it? No, it's A. Focusing on the linking words. Because they have to use clues from the text to notice how there's cohesion going on, where we link, the word there as a reference word or the, you've got to find the reference in the earlier part of the text, and that makes them focus on linking words and phrases. All right, so module 2, it's not just about the principles of coursebook selection, but it's also about how we actually adapt materials the purposes we have in mind. All right. No. We're doing well in terms of time, so I think we can move on to guided discovery now. We can leave course books behind for the minute. We'll come back to it again later. But I think today was a good introduction. Let's move on to guided discovery. What is it? Why is it important? So I'll give you a quick introduction, and then I'm going to give you a demonstration of a lesson, a part of a lesson anyway, not a full lesson. Yeah. So, what is guided discovery? Well, it's student focused, and the idea is that the class is active and is involved in working things out for themselves. So it's a way of doing the language clarification stage of a lesson that it doesn't involve the teacher talking all the time. So it's trying to involve the students in thinking for themselves. So we'll talk about the topic, these issues a little bit more later after we've done the actual lesson. Let me just stop sharing for a second. I'm going to share with you the material for the lesson. Coming into the chat. Well, this is what it looks like. I'm going to read about Sam and her habits. Okay, so I'd like you to read this text in about 2 minutes and tell me, try and answer this question. Do you think Sam is a healthy person? Okay, 2 minutes starting now to read. All right, let's stop there. So what do you think? Is Sam a healthy person? Christina, what do you think?
I think that Sam is not a healthy person
Why not?
because he works 10 to 12 hours a
Yeah.
day. So according with the test, he doesn't have enough time to exercise,
Ah,
and
very
he
good, yes.
has bad eating habits.
Correct. Are there any good things that Sam does? Rosa, can you see any good things?
Maybe he has like the idea to change her life, but he doesn't have like a lot of time.
Yeah. But also she eats some lean protein, right? That's quite a good thing. And fruit and whole grain cereals. That's quite good. Has a healthy breakfast most of the time, she says. Good. Okay, so there's our text. Now, I'd like you to work in pairs and look at these words in bold. How many do you see? How many can you count? How many phrases in bold, in negritas, can you see?
Could be frequency.
How many
Frequency.
phrases? How many
There are
phrases
6.
in bold do you see? There are 6, aren't there,
6.
right? Okay.
Yes.
So I want you to analyze these phrases in bold and complete the table with them. So as you said, Christina, they're about frequency, aren't they? Right. So we've got lower frequency and higher frequency. So I want you to try to put them into 2 categories. Lower and higher. All right. Think about it for a minute, then I want you to go and discuss this together in pairs in breakout rooms. But once you've done that, move on to this next exercise. I'd like you to work in pairs and answer these questions. Write as many possible words to complete the expressions of frequency. So once in a while is one, but we could also say once in a blue moon is also possible. Think about where can these expressions go in a sentence? Can they go at the beginning, the middle, or the end? For that, you need to look into the text, okay? So, pronunciation, don't do it, okay? Any questions before you start working? All right, so I'll put you into, so we've lost Lucy again. So let's have Rose and Christina together and Jamie and Rebecca this time. Put you into breakout rooms starting now. Here we go. Okay, let's check answers. See how you did. All right, so here are the frequency. The ones with most are the higher frequency, aren't they? Did you notice? And okay, so what about these? How can we complete them? The different ways we can complete them. So I gave examples of once in a blue moon, once in a while. Can you think of any other ones? No?
Once in a year.
That would be once a year, not once in so we don't say once in a year, we say once a year.
Okay.
No, what about this one? Every now and then. I can see Rosa mouthing that. Ren. Now and then. Any others? Every now and again. How about this one? Most.
Days. Most days.
Yeah, that's right. So we might say most days, most weeks, most months. Although it might be difficult to say most years. Most years I go to Acapulco. It's possible though, isn't it? And then most of the what?
Time.
Time. Any other possibilities?
Can we say most of the days?
Yeah, you could say that. You could say most of the day. Week. Yeah. Yeah. And then every.
We can say every day, every week, every often, every time.
Uh-huh.
Every so many time.
Well, we could say every so many days, every so many weeks, every so many years.
Every often.
Can say every so often, yeah. As in the text. So these are like fixed expressions mostly, aren't they? Yeah. Once in a blue moon is like an idiom. It doesn't change. Notice that most mornings and most evenings is plural. And you need to have S on every so many. The phrase more often than not does not change. And this one is singular. Notice about the form here. We don't say most of the days. It's most of the day or week or year. So these expressions come from what we call a corpus, such as Brigham Young University Corpus or Bank of English. This is where linguists go and they interview people, they sample people, and then they get these expressions. There was another question, where do they go in a sentence? Do they go at the beginning, at the middle, or the end of a sentence? What would you say? Beginning, middle, or end? Does it matter?
Beginning or end?
Well, isn't there one that goes in the middle? Like, I have a healthy breakfast oh no, that's the end, isn't it? This gives me energy to start my day, but every now and again I feel tired by midday. So it can go in the middle, some. So they're quite flexible, aren't they? Does it matter where they go? Is there an answer to that?
No, they can go all three.
Yeah, but there must be some criteria for putting them at the beginning. What would be the criteria? Maybe it's because the speaker wants to emphasize, right? The time. So they put them at the beginning of the sentence. Yeah, it depends on the emphasis is the answer. Okay. Now, listen to these sentences. I'll share the doc again with you. Realize I sent some of you the wrong one. Okay, we'll do the pronunciation. You're going to listen to some sentences, 3, and you've got to place the stressed mark on the correct words. Okay, so this goes back to the pronunciation we did at the beginning of the session today. So listen and put the stress mark on the correct words. All right, so think about those function words and the content words. All right. Also, are there any sounds that connect to others? Any linking words? Words that link together? Yeah? So, are you ready? You need to copy the little block, right? Put it above the so if you think it's the first word to be stressed is every, then you stress that. Then it could be now and again. Yeah. So put the words stressed. Notice I isn't really a content word, but feel, I think is. So you're probably going to stress that. Tired. What about by? Is that a function word or a content word?
Function.
Yeah, so you don't stress it, right? But you would stress midday. Yeah. So let's listen to all 3, and please put the stress marks on and listen for the linking. More often than not, I just have a sandwich. I do have the occasional drink. Play it again. Every now and again, I feel tired by midday. More often than not, I'll just have a sandwich. I do have the occasional drink once in a while. Right, let's stop there. So, Rosa, which words do you think were stressed in more often than not? I'll just have a sandwich. Just tell me which words you think were stressed, and we'll highlight them.
Often,
Okay. Then, maybe not, right? Because normally we do stress negatives. Any other words here that might be stressed? How about just and sandwich? Do you think that's likely to be stressed? What do you think? Yes or no? Sandwich. Is that a content word? Yeah, no? Because it's a content word, so it's likely to be stressed. Okay, and Rebecca, what are the words that are stressed in the third sentence? I do have the occasional drink once in a while.
Occasional drink.
Yeah. Yeah, because those are definitely content words, aren't they? And probably once in a while because they're part of the adverb. What about this? What about this auxiliary verb? Did we stress that as well? Yeah, I do have the occasional drink once in a while. Now, which words was there linking? The ideas. Let's listen. So you can see these are the correct answers. I'll play it again just so you notice the linking. So notice there's the not, and once in a while is all linked together. Every now and again, I feel tired by midday. More often than not, I'll just have a sandwich. I do have the occasional drink once in a while. Okay, great. So let's get some of you to read this out and mimic the stress and the linking. Christina, could you go for the first one every now and again?
Yes. Every now and again, I feel tired at midday.
Good. You stressed the right words. Rebecca, can you read more often than not?
More often than not, I'll just have a sandwich.
Yeah. Notice that have becomes of. I'll just have a sandwich. Yeah, it gets weak. Yeah, because it's have a content word or a function word. Is have a function word or a content word? Well, it's a main verb actually. So yeah. The function word really is I or will. Yeah. But it's often weakened have anyway. I'll just have a sandwich. And Jamie, can you read? I do have the occasional drink once in a while.
I do have a question on drink once in a while.
Yeah, notice that these words link together. You'll notice there's a consonant and a vowel, a consonant and a vowel. So that's where we get the linking. Now, think about the demo. Okay, I'd like you to consider these 4 questions. What was the language focus? Why was this a memorable learning experience? I hope it was. What did the teacher do? And what would follow from this? Because it wasn't a full lesson, was it? It was just the language introduction. Yeah. So, gonna have Rosa and Christina, please, to just write your ideas on this Google Doc. Okay, so one of you, please be the writer. Who would like to write the answers? Rosa or Christina? Any volunteers to be the writer? Rosa, would you mind writing? Christina, maybe you could make suggestions. Jamie and Rebecca, you're going to do the same. What was the language focus? Why was it a memorable learning experience? What did the teacher do? What would follow? Okay, so I want you to reflect a little bit on this demonstration of guided discovery. Right. Let's put to the chat. Right, so you can talk together for a short time. 7 minutes should be enough. Christina, can you join Rosa, please? bring things together now. So, what was the language focus? That should be fairly easy to answer. Was it pronunciation? Was it grammar? Was it vocabulary?
Pronunciation.
The main focus was vocabulary. And do you know what these phrases are called? Like more often than not, most of the time. They're adverbs, right? Adverbs of frequency. Yeah? And it's like a Lexis lesson, like teaching vocabulary. Now, we did work on the pronunciation as well, right? Because that's an important part of understanding the meaning, well, the pronunciation, right, of those parts. So, but we needed to cover the meaning, the form, and the pronunciation. And that we did. So this was the meaning. We had to categorize them into higher frequency, lower frequency. The form was like, how can they change? And the pronunciation was the stress in the sentences. Because we've got to think about the whole expression and how they fit into the sentence, you know, with some connected speech and the sentence stress. Okay, so back to the questions. Why was this a memorable learning experience? I hope it was. Was it me just speaking the whole time, or were you talking to each other, trying to figure things out?
Well, Rosa and I
Uh-huh.
think that it was memorable because we find a way to communicate according with the intention, the stressing of the words. For example, if we want to point maybe the noun, maybe the adjective, maybe the intention, I don't know, or the place, according
Uh-huh.
with the intention of the sentence, we stress the part of the sentence.
Yeah, but it wasn't just the pronunciation, was it? It was also you had to work out the meaning for yourself. So that's what made it memorable. It should have been, because
Yeah.
you had to decide, okay, is it lower frequency? Is it higher frequency? Then what are the different possible versions of these phrases? Right? What are the different varieties of phrases that are possible? So you were thinking about the meaning, or you were thinking about the form yourself. So hopefully it was memorable. And what did I do? Well, I guided you through the process. And what would follow, that one of you said correctly that it was practice. Right, so here are the answers. So it was adverbial phrases of frequency or vocabulary or lexis. Hopefully you did the discovering yourselves. I set the tasks. I tried to help you along. In the language clarification, I highlighted semi-fixed structures, that some are fixed and one is an idiom, like once in a blue moon. And I asked form checking questions. I used visual clues on the board. So that would be followed by controlled and freer practice, as with a text-based or PPP lesson. All right. pre, while, and post, right? No, PPP is production, no, presentation, practice, production. All right, so it's a way of making a PPP lesson more engaging for students because you're getting them to answer questions about the language instead of just presenting it, telling the students, okay, this is the meaning, this is the form, this is the pronunciation. All right. So, what can be the advantages then of using guided discovery? Well, let's just go over a few points. So guided discovery is student focused. The class is active, is involved in working things out for themselves. It should be anyway. Now, there are some students who are not used to this and they prefer a more traditional teaching style in which the teacher explains everything, right? But the problem is that it's a bit like now, if I'm explaining everything to you, it doesn't guarantee your understanding. So in this way, by the time the teacher does the language clarification stage of the lesson, students have already had an opportunity to think for themselves. So at the end, after students have done these activities, the teacher can clarify in a more traditional way if necessary. Whether the student is right or wrong at this stage is of low importance, as the two stages, the student's thinking and the teacher clarifying, are the key points. When students have problems with grammar, the teacher usually responds by giving the facts about the grammar, explaining the rules. Guided discovery gives you an alternative, helps you respond in a way that allows you to encourage the students to think for themselves, guiding them to the answer. This leads to a more successful learning experience for the students. It can be useful if you want to compare two often confused grammar points, grammar structures in a meaningful way. Learning is memorable as students are working out the rules first for themselves, then with the teacher's help. Do you think you'd like to try that in the future? Good. All right. We're just about done. I mean, there is another handout here, but I think it's probably better if you just read it for yourself. And then let me just show you some different types of guided discovery. So this is, we do have a bit of time. So look at these three examples of a guided discovery and think about what they're asking students to do. Try and find a common approach. Rosa, could you read number one, the instructions for number one for us, please? It says, look at these phrases and answer the question. I can't hear you. You need to unmute.
Look at these phrases and answer the questions. I like to have everything done for me. I'm getting my house redecorated.
Mm-hmm.
We have our newspapers delivered. If you have your newspapers delivered, option A, do you do it? Or does someone do it for you?
Okay, so which is the right answer?
Letter B.
Yeah, someone else does it, right? And what is the correct structure? Is it have plus get plus object? Is it have or get plus object plus infinitive, or is it have or get plus object plus past participle?
The second one.
Yeah, because you could have the past participle, haven't you? Right? Good. So that is from Language to Go, upper intermediate, a course book. And Rebecca, could you read the middle activity here from Cutting Edge Upper Intermediate?
Okay. From which two questions?
Yeah.
Okay. Which two questions below do we usually use to ask people about their plans for Saturday afternoon? What do you do next Saturday afternoon? What are you doing next Saturday afternoon? What will you do next Saturday afternoon? Or what are you going to do next Saturday afternoon?
So which two do we normally use? Can anyone answer that?
C and D.
No. Notice the question. Usually asked about their plans, right? When we're talking about plans.
Letter B.
Yeah. And how about D? All right, what are you going to do? All right, so what's the difference between these two questions? So B and D are the correct answers. Not much difference in the meaning, is there? But which one do we normally use when a plan has already been made and there's already an arrangement? Is it the going to, or is it the present continuous? Which one is present continuous? Is it B or D? Present continuous is that one, right? And that's going to. Which one do we normally use when an arrangement has been made already?
Going to structure.
No, it's normally that's for established plans have been established, right? It's the present continuous. Yeah. And the going to is a bit more like will, in that maybe you're still thinking about it. There's not a great difference in meaning, but is what we normally use present continuous for. Right? It's arrangements have been made, right? Arrangements and plans. And what's going to for? Yeah, this was going to is more like an intention. What are your intentions? Yeah. Is the difference in meaning clearer now? Yeah. This is the use of guided discovery because it makes students think more deeply about what is the difference in meaning between maybe two structures. Yeah. And let's have a look at this one. Christina, can you look at these two sentences?
Yes. Number one, when she started her new job, she has bought lots of new clothes.
Mhm.
2, when she started her new job, she bought lots of new clothes.
Okay.
The sentences are different because one has the extra word.
What's the extra word?
The auxiliary verb have in
Yeah.
past had.
Good. Very good. Right. So number one, she bought
She bought
clothes.
clothes.
What's the missing word here?
She bought new clothes. When?
I think one is before, isn't it?
Before she started her
Yeah.
new job. Okay.
Yeah. Because in the past perfect, it's the past of the past.
Yes, yes.
Happens
One thing
before.
and then another one. Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And in number two, when she started her job, she bought lots of new clothes.
She bought clothes when she started her new job.
Oh, it could be when or after, right?
When,
It's not exactly clear, but
Mhm.
it could be when or after. Yeah, good. So you see, that's the benefit of guided discovery. It's making you think, students think harder. Yeah. Any questions before we finish? So next week with Siona, you might see some more of this when you get your text-based lesson. I think we can finish there. Any queries before we finish?
Thank you,
Okay, well,
teacher.
thank you. Have a great weekend. I will see you in a few weeks.